Sap Trader, what's up? Oh, what is this? Why are we doing that? I'll just put you in timeout for a little bit because I'm not really sure what's going on with Sap Trader. May Olson, how you doing? How you doing? Good morning. Just getting to the office, getting to the desk. Got a long day of meetings and got a lot of stuff done yesterday with the oh shit, I'm just checking on something. But yeah, I got a bunch of Kickstarter stuff to do today, so we'll see. Why is there a delay? If you guys do notice there's some desync between me speaking and the sound coming out, just let me know, because I was having some issues with that yesterday. I didn't realize until after the show, and I went to watch it back for a little bit, and I was like, why is my body language basically appearing after I say the actual, you know what I mean? So if you guys do see that, let me know. Mr. Game, how you doing, Lieutenant? So, I've been asking just random sort of questions on my Facebook page, and I think because most people don't know why I'm doing it, I think the people are thinking I'm just trying to milk for clicks, and I promise you that's not what I'm doing. But I will say this: asking general questions gives my AI a lot of data to train on. So it gives me a lot of data to train on, whether it's my audience, whether it's the people who follow me on social media. But it's great to see how people who follow you articulate their thoughts. And then you can use that data to factor in, like, you know, maybe it'd be a good idea if I did a song about this. Maybe it'd be a good idea if I address this particular issue that seems to come up, you know, in this particular comment thread. And so for me, you know, whether you feel a way about Donald Trump, whether you feel a way about Israel, whether you feel a way about America, it's like, it's all training data. So whether you say it to me or you say it on some blog somewhere, trust me, it's data that's going to be used to be trained. So, and I don't get paid from data. I don't get paid from Facebook. Like, that's not a thing. That's not where my income comes from. My income comes from royalties, creative, you know, projects that I've done in the past and stuff like that. So the idea of me milking Facebook, it's like, Facebook don't pay me shit. Like, Facebook ain't never paid me anything, not a goddamn thing. So Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, they don't really pay me like that. What pays me is, you know, 50,000 listeners a month on Spotify, 20,000 listeners a month on YouTube, 20,000 listeners on, you know, Apple Music and things like that. you know, the basically 100,000 listeners I get each month, that's what pays me. So for the people who think that I'm trying to milk Facebook algorithms for money, like, listen, that is not, it's not where my income comes from. And so, you know, people have a right to be skeptical. I'm not saying that they don't have a right to be skeptical, but where my income and shit comes from, it's got nothing to do with me posting on Facebook and me posting on like social media, things like that. It's not a thing. I hate being good at my job. Yeah, dog. You realize if people know you're really good at what you do, they're gonna lean on that. Hopefully everybody out there is doing okay. I know that, normal work day, probably not all that exciting and whatnot, but maybe we can do it together and make it a little less work, if you will. But just wishing everybody out there a good day. About to Norch it and get started. Yep, absolutely. Even though you're not on, I'm still gonna comm check FleetNet.
Catch loud and clear.
There you go. How you doing this morning?
Pretty good. Just getting ready to go look at a possible vehicle solution.
Dope. Well, good luck on that.
Thank you, sir.
Imagine I never met the broskies. God's plan. That might have been the perfect bird. It burns so evenly on the double chamber carb. Usually shit will pull in one direction or another. But that's crazy. Might have been the best filter I ever made, too. All right, let's do some fucking work. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, the way I roll my filters is, and then sometimes I won't do this, but if you notice, oh, whoops, there it is. If you notice, it's always dual chamber or three chamber, tri-chambered. Um, I feel like if you dual chamber it, especially if the joint rolls like flat, it can pull more evenly. And it also depends on the paper too. I'm starting to realize that I'm probably going to get some more natural paper if I'm going to keep smoking joints like this. Because to be completely honest with you, I just started smoking joints like 3 months ago, 2 months ago. I didn't smoke J's like that. I was a blunt smoker. I was a bowl smoker. I was a bong smoker. You know, I was even, would do dabs. But I never really got into joints. And I find that they are far cleaner, I guess. You definitely taste more of the flower. And then also, it's more, I don't know, ritualistic to roll a joint. I find that I can't just pack a bowl and smoke. I have to sit down, I have to grind, I have to make sure all the fucking stems are out of the fucking joint. I have to make sure I roll the fucking paper. It takes me like 20 minutes to roll a J. Sometimes more if I'm like fucking with the filter or, trying to get the consistency just right and, whatever. So, not to get too deep, but Paul Sample says you've basically become the black belt gatekeeper on the Temple of Bars. Really? Dabs and bongs are my favorite methods, but joints hit differently. Yeah, if you're taking a joint to the face, like I always do, rarely am I sharing. But it's like, I want to be able to A, taste it, and B, smoke the most of my bud as I possibly can. You know what I'm saying? Um, it does look like the chat is fixed now. I don't know what that was about yesterday, but it was definitely strange. So I saw the Street Fighter trailer. I don't know if anybody's seen that. Man, I cannot find my fucking Starfleet badge. I don't know what is going on. I also don't want to clean up, so I'm sure it's around here somewhere. All right, let me get back to work. Okay, yeah, we're gonna have to do that. From bam to bam, or from... I mean, I don't know. I'll have to wait and see what happens with the team, but... can't have my face too. I should just kill. I just saw the Jey Uso Cameron. That's a pretty good work, to be completely honest. Considering... Oh, god damn it. My bad, y'all. That's the second day that's happened, and I hate that. I completely disagree. I think 50 as Balrog is brilliant. I think he's a great Balrog. Dog, I think he's a better Balrog than Mike Tyson would have been. Like, if you cast Mike Tyson as like a parody of like, oh, this was supposed to be the original Balrog anyway, it was supposed to be fucking, you know. I think M. Bison was Balrog's original name, if I'm not mistaken. I completely disagree. I love that casting. I actually think that the movie's tone is great. You know, everybody's sort of, the people who I watch, who I respect a great deal, because they're super fans, and I think they just want the best for the franchise. But I just completely disagree with their take on it looking cheesy. I don't think it looks cheesy. Oh, you mean dumb as in dope? Oh, okay, well then I take everything back. Yeah, no, here's the thing. There are people who are critical of the tone and the look of Street Fighter. And a lot of times the comparison to the new Mortal Kombat comes up. But I remember those same people being upset about the tone of that Mortal Kombat. So I don't really think you can please people. I think outrage, algorithmic, you know, visibility is sort of just the model that people use to get numbers up. But if I'm completely honest, I'm really excited about Street Fighter. Yeah. Yeah, if we could have Raul Julia cast in this movie in some way, that would have been awesome. But since we can't, like, I'm okay with moving on from that era too. And no one really liked that era of Street Fighter. That was I don't even think people enjoyed Jean-Claude Van Damme as Guile. I'd rather have Cody Rhodes. I'd rather have Cody Rhodes as Guile and not have Raul Julia in this movie than like try to recreate what that era was of Street Fighter back in the day. Like, we don't need that at all. That was just, every other casting in that movie was awful. And Raul Julia was the one saving grace of that movie. If he wasn't in that movie, no one would even care. And the line, you know what? This line has actually gotten me in trouble in my fucking real life, but let me just explain this for a second. There's a line in the movie Street Fighter from 1995 when Raul Julia as M. Bison is explaining to Chun-Li that when he went to the village and destroyed her whole family, for her it was the most important day of her life. For him, it was Tuesday. As in, the character was just so villainous that ultimately that's what he would do on a normal Tuesday. It wasn't, but I digress. That is a line that came from that movie that's awesome and everybody loves it. And it's a meme line. I think everybody knows that line who knows Street Fighter. I don't think we'll get one of those in this movie, but I think this movie is going to be better than that. I think this movie is just going to be better, hands down. It looks better. The production is better. I think it looks better than Assassin's Fist. I think Assassin's Fist was dope, but the Assassin's Fist was very limited in scope, and I feel like this is going to be much larger in scope. So yeah, I think it looks good, man. I mean, the only casting I really questioned was M. Bison, because I just was wondering, like, I thought M. Bison was supposed to be a much bigger sort of hulking of a dude, and I don't know. The guy they cast for it just doesn't seem to have the scale in physical stature of Bison. But I'll wait to see what the performance is like. Maybe he encaptures the whole, maybe they're playing to the whole Psycho energy. If M. Bison, he's powered by Psycho power, right? And so I could see them playing into that. I could see them playing into the whole notion of him just being a fucking maniac, crazy Titan, autocrat, fucking, dictator type dude. I could see it with that. But it's a different tone than, of course, Mortal Kombat, which is going to be about killing and murder and, everyone dying in horrible, unique, creative ways. And so, I think there's room in the world for both, because eventually we're going to get Mortal Kombat versus Street Fighter in somebody's AI, and it's going to be awesome and everyone's going to like it, and they're going to try to fucking sue to stop it. And there's going to come a point where Hollywood realizes they no longer have a monopoly on high quality creativity. And that's just going to be people creating their own shit. I'm going to have my own series of Deep Space Nine, straight up. Like, all my Star Trek shows, there's going to be just randomly generated versions of those shows, and they're going to be indistinguishable from the real thing. You don't think that's coming? Have we seen the motherfucking what's that shit called, Sea Dance and all that type of shit? Listen, that shit's here. It's here now. What did Thanos say? You can run from it, you can dread it, hide from it. It comes all the same, dog. It is inevitable. This shit, for a computational scarcity survival based species, this shit is inevitable. And I know there's people who are like, we should slow down and it's coming too fast. I'm like, I hate to say that we've been saying this for a long time, but like somebody like me, I'm not saying that I told you so, because it's not really about that. But like, when was I talking about the singularity? When was I talking about like Ray Kurzweil and the singularity is near, and type 1, and you know, us, you know, using technology to ascend to a planetary, and then a stellar, and then a galactic. What years was I talking about that? I don't know, 2010, 2000. I could even argue I was talking about that shit in 08, 09, because I remember when the singularity is near came out. There was a movie that came out that was sort of related to it. Or no, there was a book that came out that was related to the movie that was like, the singularity is nearer. But I remember that. Yeah. Yeah. No, you're gonna get the tearjerker Aaron Eisenberg, rest in peace, of course, appearance in season 8 of Deep Space Nine that someone's gonna create that's gonna be as amazing as we all thought it was gonna be. We're gonna get Captain Nog. We're gonna get a Captain Nog series. We're gonna get Legacy. It's just not gonna be done by Hollywood. And I think they don't understand that their days are numbered. Like, in the triple digits, even if they have 999 days left. What is that? 3.5 years, give or take. So 2029, we'll have the technology, the generative AI technology, the data sets essentially, and most likely the open source models to create these. And it's going to be super cheap. It's not going to be expensive at all. You think it's going to cost $1,000 to do this? No, it'll cost a subscription of like $20 a month somewhere. Peace, Atlas. Yeah. No, for sure. I do that as well. I use Notebook LM when I'm studying things that I've created. I'll use Notebook LM to create like a podcast for it, and I'll just listen to the podcast of the shit that I created. You know, things like OBC and, you know, storylines and shit like that, concept story ideas. But we do that now. From the perspective of like what we use technology for, specifically AI. Like I will use Notebook LM to study my own material before I'll even like go look up some shit outside of like the framework that's not going to allow me to study my own material. Because I could look online and like find someone talking about something similar, but I may not want that. I may want a, you know, I guess you could call it a randomized perspective that AI is going to be able to give me, especially the really good AI models. But again, I go back to this idea of like Hollywood, they're not going to be able to stop people from making their own series. Oh, I want to make Star Trek versus Star Wars, where Star Trek goes over all the time in every way. And no one's going to be able to stop that. And I'm sure there's going to be a Star Wars fan that just makes, you know, a Star Wars versus Star Trek series or movie where Star Wars goes over and Star Trek gets buried. And you know what? No one's going to care because that's his personal content and that's her personal content. That's their personal content. You know what I mean? Like to me, it's going to be a situation of bespoke personal creativity. And the quality of that is going to be so good because of the C dances and the VOs of the, you know what I mean? Like the quality is just going to be so good. There's not going to be anything that you can do to stop people from creating it indistinguishable from the content that already exists. Tombstone says the really good models are game changers, and we aren't going to be waiting until we are in our 80s to animate our lore. Yeah, I mean, shit. I mean, if this is a shout out, cheap plug to our Patreon, patreon.com/majesticcomics. We've shown previews of our animated comics and our animated, just what a series, an E&E animated series would look like. And it looks fucking incredible. Like sometimes I have to like, okay, focus on work, because if I get lost in that shit, man, like we may not even make the launch just because it's so fucking addictive to watch that shit and create that shit. And you can go direct to consumer. Yep, this is true. Yeah, I mean, I want to do something like that. I mean, I really do. Again, to that point, Tombstone, and again, you know, my office is open if you do want to stop by. There's an attitude that Hollywood has had as if they are the owners of that form of creativity, and like if you don't go through them, then you have to like be looked at as someone who's going outside the system. And I'm not trying to put down unions or anything like that. That's not what this is about. This is about a culture that believes it owns that type of creativity, in the way that record labels and the record industry believe that they own music. And that if you were going to go and make music, you needed to go through a label and you needed to be on the, you know, go through and then the internet came along. And then it was like, no, you actually don't. You can just, you know, if you can afford to make your shit, you can get your shit out there and find your audience. And then the whole landscape changed. And I remember when radio stations was dogging the internet and talking shit about the internet and You know, it you see that now in legacy media versus like independent media. You'll see like CNN attack like the 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 liberal progressive side of the internet or like new media. You'll see like MSNBC do it. You know what I mean? Like you'll see Fox News attack like Tucker Carlson. You know what I mean? Like you'll see the wars of the legacy versus the new. And it doesn't matter if they're on the same side ideologically. It's that you're trying to replace me and I'm trying to stop from being replaced. And I think that's going to happen with Hollywood. I think Hollywood is going to have to face the fact that, yeah, we're going to be able to replace all of the bullshit.
Yeah.
What's up, Doug? You just came in, you're like, yeah.
You want to pop in real quick?
yeah, for sure, dog.
Like, because you're talking my language here. Like, it's as you said, I've noticed it too, where you have the quote unquote legacy media, regardless of what political side they operate on, being very quick to criticize the more independent media. You know what I'm saying? Because they see them as a threat, and they see that they are garnering a bunch of views and a bunch of people. Now, are there legitimate, valid reasons to critique them? Sure. Maybe some of them don't always get their facts right. Maybe they could work harder on that. That said, as someone who's been watching legacy news media for years, I'm here to tell you right now, they don't be getting their facts right either. And they say a bunch of stuff that's just not, you find out later ain't true, and then they're slow to come back and retract that stuff, right?
Yeah.
So it's like, and they let people get away with saying lies right on their platform. So, much like that with Hollywood, Hollywood loves to say, "Oh, you're gonna get a flood of low-quality films if you allow." Excuse me, what the hell have we been getting for how long? It's like, what are you talking about?
Yeah,
what are you talking about?
I mean, here's the thing. Like, I personally do not care what a Hollywood exec says about AI. If a viewer, someone who watches and they're not in Hollywood, if they have something to say, honestly, I'm going to listen to them a lot more than I'm going to listen to Hollywood exec. If you're just a fan and you're like, fuck this, I don't like AI, totally fine. I'm going to listen to that because you're a fan and you're someone who wants a certain particular type of content. Man, I don't give a fuck if you work in Hollywood and you're like, oh, I'm afraid of AI, we need to ban this shit. Bro, y'all done had a monopoly on this shit for so long, gatekeeping so many motherfuckers, basically burying, stealing scripts and talking about what's stolen data. How many scripts have been stolen in Hollywood? Get the fuck out of here, bro. Don't nobody give a fuck about that at all. You are not going to try to paint yourself as the good guy when you've had the casting couch for 25, 30 fucking years. Get out of here. The same fucking culture that created Harvey Weinstein and Bill Cosby and all that type of shit, and you want to sit up here and talk about like, oh, well, we're worried about what AI is gonna do? No, I'd rather have people not go to the casting couch in order to fucking get roles and shit, and just prompt the shit in AI, and I know nobody had to get fucked in order to fucking do that shit. Basically, they I have so much vitriol for Hollywood. They're never gonna give a Star Trek Legacy, bro, and I'm burning the whole shit down. So if you're not going to give us Star Trek Legacy, if you're not going to pay us a living wage, then we're just going to burn the whole shit down. And like, you know.
And listen. Like, first of all, I had to let you just cut probably promo of the year. So because the reality is they're using the same tactics as the music industry did with the same stuff, bro. Like they want to position themselves as the innocent. They want to position themselves as the ones that they're the bulwark between artists' rights, and y'all never cared about the artist at all. At all, bro. And look, as somebody that has done music for 40 plus years, I am telling you that some of the biggest scam shit took place
in music
before we had anything close to the AI that we have today. and they robbed people. People committed suicide. They had people drugged. It was a bunch of stuff that they was doing to take people's intellectual property from them and not pay them for it. And like I said, to see the two things: one, to see them try to position themselves as the guardians of that is hilarious, but also to see people knowing all of these things took place in the music industry to side with them on this is bananas to me. It's bananas.
Yeah, that is a weird sort of bedfellow situation between, you know, those people, because I'm at a point now where, you know, I would love to see what type of final fight they're going to put up. But like I said earlier, they got 3 years. They got 3 years before we can put together a whole fucking movies at the quality of any era that we could have ever been in. It'll be 2029. That's 3 years. That's 30 years in AI.
Yeah, yeah.
That's
they're in trouble,
30 years in AI, bro. 3 years at this speed. We got fucking mythos and shit. Like, listen, bro. Good luck, Hollywood. Good luck. You didn't want to give a Star Trek Legacy, so okay.
Screw you.
Okay. Yeah, I'm burning the whole shit down, dog. Hollywood.
Nah, bro.
And maybe it is a small wing of Hollywood that just wants to kill, you know, the idea of that show for whatever reason. But it didn't just happen with that show. It happened with a bunch of shit.
Exactly. It happened with a bunch of shit.
Now people are like, hey, why did this show get canceled after 1 season? We all like this show.
Right.
Why did this show only get fucking 2 seasons? We all like this show. Like, why did this show get pushed down our fucking throats and nobody liked this show?
And nobody liked it, right?
Who's making these decisions? But once you actually give people the ability to be like, okay, Stone, what are you doing today? You chilling? All right, let's go make a fucking movie, bro. Let's go make let's just spend some fucking credits and just make the illest fucking movie. We'll call it Extropy and Entropy. And we're just gonna make the illest shit that, you know, we're gonna sit down, we're gonna do the script, we're gonna do the story, we're gonna do the whole thing, right? Because we have the assets to do it ourselves. There's nothing that Hollywood has that we don't have access to now in the commercial market. No VFX quality, none of that shit. So what's to stop us from making our own shit when we want to, how we want to, with no resistance, no barrier, no moat.
Nothing.
Hollywood has no moat.
No moat, bro. Because again, like I said, there is nothing stopping us from just going direct to consumer. And they listen, over the course of I don't know how many years, they have developed platforms that allow you to do specifically that. To literally warehouse your content in a specific place, put it behind a paywall, make it specific paywall, so everything isn't behind a paywall. Some stuff is, some stuff isn't. People can go there. When you have a movie debut, we say we create the movie, and then we make the movie debut, but before we do all that, we start throwing trailers out there on all of the platforms that allow video and all this some stuff. Throw the trailer out there. Then we say, hey, if you want to see this movie, you can go over on Patreon and either become a member or see it one time and pay a certain amount. They literally have that entire thing set up already for there. So we don't need the movie theaters. And the best thing of all, the way we can promote it is, aren't you tired of going and paying $100 total when you go to the movie with your family for snacks and then the movie theater itself and all of these different things? You can literally watch this movie here that has the exact same quality as anything you'd see in the movie theaters in the comfort of your home for a mere $10, right? For a mere $10, you can come and watch this, and we'd make money hand over fist.
Well, what's even crazier is all of the stuff in Hollywood, and you're right on with everything you just said. But what Hollywood would try to do is be like, okay, you can do that, but we own all of the mediums that will allow you to distribute that. Mm-hmm. So we'll never let you put that on Netflix. We'll never let you put that on Spotify. We'll never let you put that on TV, right? What say you to that?
I would say to them, screw Netflix, respectfully. Screw TV, respectfully. Because that doesn't prevent people from actually seeing it. It doesn't. They can literally go to the link that we just provided them and go watch that. If they don't want to be a monthly subscriber, they don't have to be. They literally could just pay just to see that movie there. And if it's something that has captured the imagination of an audience that sees that and go, "Oh, I've got this. This is epic. I've got to see this." They're gonna pay the $10 to go there on that site and watch that on their shit.
There's something else too that there's like, I don't think that the people who are anti-AI realize that not everybody is neutral in this, like either anti or neutral. There are some huge corporations, and I'm not, pro these corporations. I'm just talking about the weight of their resources. To be on the other side of that is in the trillions. So I'm not saying that they, I'm rooting for the corporate sort of overlords to win. I'm just saying they have the amount of money to deploy in a conflict, in an ideological conflict that is an anti-AI versus a pro-AI. They can deploy trillions. So that's all I'm saying, is that you're going to have to confront that part as well. Even if you are anti-AI, your opposition is, they're just going to be better funded, have more resources, and have better reach and scale to enact their agenda than you will have. So how are you going to fight that? Now, you have Iran talking about they're going to fucking, bomb data centers and shit. And I don't know how that would directly affect. I think this is why people want to put data centers in space. I don't know how much it would really affect this sort of AI.
It would have a quick, immediate effect, but it wouldn't have a long-lasting one, because it's like I've tried to tell some of these other people that are talking about the data centers, and the bad things about it is that you do realize that all of those things that you're talking about are being mitigated now. Just like every other new technology, when it comes out, it's alarmingly inefficient. And over the course of the development of that, they become more efficient, less damage.
And we'll use AI to solve for that.
Yes.
We'll use AI to solve for the efficiency.
Happening.
Yeah.
It's already happening. But again, I want to swing back around to what you just said there about the opposition. Not only is there people who are supportive and promote the usage of these tools, but there are also the rank and file people, and this is what the antis need to come to grips with. In order for you to win a war against them, or even having a fighting chance, you have to be able to capture the narrative. And this is what happened at the advantage you had early on. Not many people know about this stuff. A lot of these people learned about it from you through your filter of hate of it, right? So what you need to understand is people don't give a damn how things are made. People care about the result. Ultimately, that's what it is.
Let me tell you personally, people don't want to know how the sausage is made.
You don't want to know how the sausage is made, right? So
you don't.
Because of this, right? The tools getting better and the outputs of the tools becoming better. I've already saw when C-Dance 2.0 first came out, I saw a massive shift in comment sections that used to be AI slop, AI slop, AI slop, AI slop, to people going, look, man, this looks good. Y'all can't say like this looks good. So they not only gonna have to deal with the people that have the massive resources to promote this, they're gonna have to deal with a public that's gonna see things that are badass, hear things that they like, and go, yeah, I kind of like this. And now you just look like a hater, right? You just look like a hater. And then when you have other people who are smart enough,
before you go on to that, they'll say this thing called like AI should only be used for this, and I'm like, all right, bro, make up your mind.
Yes, make up your mind, bro. Make up your mind, because look, a lot of them themselves don't understand how it works. The reason I say that is because the constant comment that I keep getting from people is, until AI becomes sentient, this should not be called an art, which betrays a misunderstanding of what's happening with the current technology, because they're acting as if the AI is creating these things itself out of whole cloth, right? And that's not what's happening. There's a human mind that says, hey, I think this character should have a yellow shirt. I think this character should have dreads. I want this character to have blue rimmed sunglasses. And then it creates it. So it's the thought from the person. I think a lot of them actually believe that the AI is just doing this shit. And if that's your current understanding of it, you're not going to win this at all. Because again, you can't talk. I saw somebody made. I have an African homegirl. Shout out to Afidi. She said, "I see a lot of y'all making these statements about data centers." And she said, "Let me ask you a question. Do you think the internet runs on pixie farts?
Mm.
You guys have been using the internet for decades now, and they use data centers to run all of this. Love this."
Well, and the whole thing about that is like the sort of sorting, the algorithmic sorting of the suggested videos and things that you see, suggested content that you see, is all powered by AI now, and has been since like 2022, 2023, something like that.
Yes.
And so we're 3 years into the almost everything is running on AI, like almost everything runs on electricity. And it's going to be so embedded into our culture, we're not even going to realize that our tables have AI. Our chairs have AI. Like we're going to have forks with AI in it. I'm not kidding. This is going to be like a world we will not be able to recognize simply because, and I go back to if you were going to fight this, you should have fought this at the human level. What did Vin Diesel said? One of the greatest lines in all of movie history, I'm starting to realize, is that line in Triple X where Vin Diesel said, if you're going to send someone to save the world, make sure they like it the way that it is.
Right. Right. This is facts.
Like, if you're talking about like saving the world now from AI, it's like you should have made the world a place where people wanted to like keep this shit the way that it was. Yeah. You had a bunch of people who were like, nah, this shit ain't cool. I'm gonna just roll the fucking dice. And if it's human extinction, fuck it. Right. You don't get that if people enjoy the world as it is.
That's a fact, bro.
We're always 15 minutes away from fucking World War III. Like, what? You think people enjoy the world the way that it is?
No, absolutely not, bro. Dude, that's such a great. First, that's a great quote.
It's a great quote,
and secondly, it really does kind of hammer down the point that we're making about a lot of this, is that you guys created a world that people are dissatisfied with. And then as soon as certain things are developed, that some of us who are in certain spaces go, oh, this makes my life easier. This right here makes what I do easier. You then say, oh, we got to save the world from that. Bro, for as far as a lot of us are concerned, this ain't what's wrong with the world. This is the first light at the end of the tunnel for many of us.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
If you go with what's wrong with the world and this is the first thing you land on, it's like, okay, I see where you're benefiting from, right? Like you, there's a real disconnect in people who do think like that, where it's like they're trying to save you from the things that can actually improve your life and disguise it as like, oh, this is where a lot of times I used to get irritated with people who used to talk shit about Star Citizen. And I used to ask the question like, bro, what are you trying to save me from? Like, you shouldn't play. It's a scam. Scam Citizen. It's a big scam. You shouldn't play it. And I was like, are you trying to save me? What are you trying to save me from? Like, okay, so I lose some money. Okay.
Right. It's not yours.
Like, it ain't yours, and you don't give a fuck about it. In fact, you'd probably prefer that I lose the money. So, yeah, like, I don't know what you're trying to actually save me from or save anybody else from. I mean, if we're willing to roll the dice, because the alternative is we have to play fucking Elite Dangerous. Sorry, Elite fans. You know, or whatever. It's like we got to play this game or that game. No, that's how it is in society as well. If you offer me something to roll the dice on that could be way better than what society has to offer right now, but there's a small percentage of chance that human extinction is on the line, bro, human extinction is on the line every fucking day. I'm rolling the dice.
Yeah, that's a fact, bro. And obviously, as with everything else, the problem with the world isn't the tech, it's the people. So if you have a problem with systems and institutions that take perfectly good tech and weaponize it against the working poor, then maybe you need to attack those systems and those institutions. That seems to be where the root of the problem is. The root of the problem, a lot of these people, what I see from these people, what they believe is they're saving the world by stopping you and I with small companies from using this and not going at the like you gonna do a whole campaign against small businesses
Yeah.
who are using stuff to make to be able to do what they can do and compete in a marketplace, but you don't got no smoke, zero smoke for the bigger companies, and it's like we see you, bro, we see
Yeah.
you.
Well, and then I have to ask, like, they're like, well, you shouldn't use that. It's bad for the environment. And I'm like, okay, so what is my company of what, 9 people, 10 people? How bad is what we're doing with AI on the environment? I'm curious.
Come on, bro, come on.
Because I guarantee you what Facebook and what X and what, Amazon and what whoever, I guarantee you whatever they're doing dwarfs whatever we're,
And you're
whatever
still
we're
using
doing.
them.
And you're still using
And
them.
you're
I
still
guarantee
using
you
them.
you're still using them.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
So, yeah, Doc, I mean, it's selective. It's selective outrage. It is very much selective outrage. We choose what we want to be angry at. And I think for a lot of people with AI, and I know specific, circling all the way back to our Hollywood thing, it's like the only people who are going to be mad that I'm going to create my own Star Trek franchise or my own Star Trek
Right.
series are the people who are quote unquote in charge of Star Trek. Now, here's the thing. This cuts both ways because I'm an artist. So I'm pretty sure there's
Right.
going to be some asshole out there who's going to try to recreate a Greydon Square, Christian album. Hey,
yeah.
man, have at it, Hoss. Do you? if that's what it is, I appreciate being the focus of your creative attention. But at the end of the day, that's the rules. It's not. I'm not going to be on some, rules for thee and not for me type shit. If I can do it with Star Trek,
Right.
somebody can do it with Greydon Square.
Yeah.
I get that.
Yeah. And we gotta also be honest about the fact that in a lot of the intellectual property laws and rules that were made, they were made to exploit smaller creators who didn't have the money and the resources to buy a trademark or buy, like, we got to be honest about a lot of this stuff, because again what happens is they'll create something that they know can be exploited through a loophole, and then we've used it so long this becomes the norm. So then they get to position themselves as this is the legal above board way, bro. We all know that just because something is under the framework of legal, that doesn't make it the moral thing to do. That doesn't make it the fair thing to do. We have too much history showing that that's the case. So don't think you can hit me because you had enough money for lobbyists to go up there and lobby some politicians to change a law or put some policy in place that disadvantages me. That's just going to make me stop the conversation simply because they well legally. I don't want to hear that, bro. I don't want to hear it.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
The whole what sort of legal thing, I feel like it's been law has lagged behind technology the entire existence
Yes.
of humanity. So I have a hard time being like, well, this isn't legal. It's like, yeah, but it's technology. It outpaces your legalities because it's so frontier that the laws haven't caught up with it yet. It's not that it's illegal. The laws haven't caught up to the technology yet.
Right. That's it. And
we didn't have a concept of data model training 4 years ago. People weren't, I mean, there was, but it wasn't mainstream, right? They've been data training
It wasn't
models
mainstream.
since
The average layperson
the layperson didn't know anything about that, right? But of course, since ChatGPT became mainstream, right, became the ChatGPT that and so AI was introduced into people's lexicon, into their language set. Training data models now became something that people were exposed to, but that wasn't something that everybody knew about.
Absolutely.
That wasn't a thing that was mainstream.
It's
You had to be
funny, too,
so
bro,
far
when you
on the
mention
inside to fucking know about training data set models.
facts. You didn't know how any of that stuff worked, because if you did, you would know that machine learning has a lot in common. It's like one of the early evolutions of AI, and it's all in fucking plugins for software DAWs that people that do music that you've loved your entire at least adult life, right? Have been using and shit, right?
Mm.
Like the whole idea of it to me, it's a bit laughable and also a bit sad that they're doing this with this technology now, because there's a part of me that believes that the legacy industries rather favor the idea that the masses are going on this tirade about not wanting to use it, because these institutions and legacy industries are using it now.
Oh yeah.
And they keep the advantage when you make it difficult for smaller companies to be able to compete with them, right? You they this helps them. All you're doing is helping them, and these are the guys you said you didn't like.
Well, it's make strange bedfellows, right? I mean, it speaks to a larger thing, and I do want to get to some work before it's too long. So I guess I'm going to close this out by saying this. It speaks to a larger issue that I find about the transitional phase or era that we're in, as it pertains to just work in general, right?
Yes.
Sometimes I want to ask people if what they do, they would do if no one paid them. Because I think a lot of people would not do what they do if no one paid them, and that's totally fine, right? But then my next question after that is, what would you do if you could do it and you got paid as much money as you wanted to, but you lived in a society where and people use UBI. I don't even believe in UBI anymore. I think it would be something like UHI, like universal high income, universal high equity, universal high stake in the greater society profits as a whole, based on the way that the sort of price of intelligence and production is so cheap.
I agree.
But I just feel like it would be something to where we would create the solution that would allow for that to be basically the universal high income that would come from AI automation and AI creating a society. It's like, okay, now you have the money. What would you do then? What would you do then? And if
great question,
because I can tell you what I do. I can
I
tell
know
you
what I
exactly.
do.
I know what I would be doing. I know what you would be doing. Exactly what we're doing right now.
We're doing now, right? right. That's a fact. Like I am well aware that where my wheelhouse is, and the stuff that I would do. I also think there would probably, more so than some UBI program, there would need to be like a UBS program, Universal Basic Services, like those things that would ordinarily we had to pay a shit ton of money to do, and everyone wasn't serviced because everyone didn't have the money to pay.
Well,
this would take care of that.
You know what's fucked up, and it's you are dead on to some shit, because you think about doctors and dentists. How long before we can automate medicine? And those same doctors are on the picket line talking about no AI, no AI. And it's like, hold on. I couldn't see you without paying $1,500 to sit in your fucking lobby. The fuck you mean?
And now I can get treated for almost nothing, and you're out there on the picket line telling me that my life isn't worth your paycheck.
Like, I don't even think we really see what we're fighting to keep. What are we fighting to keep? Yeah. What in this world are we fighting to preserve?
Yeah.
This old ass world, this old ass system where we profit from sickness and shit.
Sickness and from people just not having enough. We literally profit from people going hungry and people dying.
You know what's fucked up is you know me. I'm openly a capitalist, right? I've never been shamed about being a Ferengi, right? But people ask me like, well, do you support capitalism? And I'm like, what do you think I do in the capitalistic system? Yeah, I sell art. I don't sell children. I don't sell slave labor.
Right.
I don't sell fucking shit that fucks people. Right. Yeah, you can be an ethical capitalist by just selling shit that doesn't harm people. I'm not saying that the system itself is great. I'm not saying the system itself, it's, in my opinion, the best one we have access to, right, given the circumstances of the world. But do you think I want AI to come in here and break this shit? Hell fucking yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hell fucking yeah. I want AI to break the entire concept of work.
Because we can do better.
I mean, I would rather have you sitting around doing some shit you like.
Yes. Yes.
How much better
Absolutely.
would the world be if most people did what they actually enjoy doing daily?
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I sit back and think about it. You know, I think it's something you and I talked about long before this entire conversation of AI and stuff took place. Was that one of the things that we were fortunate is that we got to do for a living the thing that we loved.
Yep.
And everybody doesn't have that.
Nope.
Everybody doesn't have that. Now imagine if most people did.
I think that it is a better circumstance than anything else on the table. All
Yep.
given the circumstances of evolution and scarcity and all that kind of shit. But if let's say AI solves for that as well, and you know, people are like, well, what are people going to do for a living? I don't know. Live?
Hey yo, stop. Wait a minute, hold up. Because now my brain has to process what you just said right there. My God, man. Hold up. If someone asked you, what will people, if this happens, what will people do for a living? And the answer is live. Oh my.
I mean, and what's crazy is we have complicated society so much
Yeah.
that like even that would be like, people are like, how dare you? How dare you?
Right.
What do you mean live? I already live. They think what we do now is living.
This is not living. This is not life. This is not
This
living,
shit ain't
bro.
life.
Nah.
Most motherfuckers are
can't
barely
convince me
holding
that.
on, surviving just to survive.
They are a $500 bill away from being homeless.
Yeah, or some medical emergency or some family
Yes.
emergency or some
Yes.
fucking vehicle emergency or some shit.
Yes.
And we're trying to fight to protect this shit? Nah, man, let AI break all this shit. I
Yeah.
don't understand what we're fighting to preserve.
Me either, bro. And the bad thing is, like you said, most of the people that are doing this are the people that have been complaining about the world as it was. And now, and none of them actually have an answer for how do we change it? How do we break it? All they've been doing is trying to put, like, plug holes. Oh shit, water's coming through this hole. Let me plug this. Oh shit, but did you ever think about that the infrastructure of that dam is trash?
Yeah, or maybe we
You ever
swim,
think-
or maybe we, you know, direct the ship to shore and we just build a
Yes.
new ship while we're on land.
That's it. That's it. That's it.
Like we want to be in these fucking rocky ass waters and shit with fucking water coming up through these holes that you're talking about. And it's just like, hey, why don't we sail to port? Who's fucking the captain
Yeah,
of
right.
this ship? Every 4 years we get a new captain and they tell us to steer further away from port?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Like I say this, and I don't want anybody to think I'm being self-deprecating. I say this in the most politest way to myself. I'm a fucking dummy.
Same.
I'm not a genius.
Same.
So like, how is it that we're sitting here coming up with what seems like basic ass shit, and there's
Yeah.
so much resistance to it? That's the part I don't understand. And it's just like, well, if people aren't able to work, they aren't able to provide for their families. And I hope I don't sound too flippant when I say this.
Mm-hmm.
But the very notion of what that statement
Yes.
comes off as is
I know where you're
so
going.
distant from the world that I imagine that AI can create, where the concept of providing for your family is not even a thing.
Right.
You were
And
born
it's
into a
that
society that
very
has
thing you
managed
said,
the
bro.
resources effectively enough so that your family is provided for simply because you exist within that society.
Yeah. Yeah. Just asking that question shows the complete disconnect, and shows how everything this world has conditioned you to believe has poisoned your very idea of what living should be.
Well,
Because you can't think of any other way to live than that.
I think, would you agree that it has more to do with purpose?
Yes.
So a
Yes,
lot of
and
people's
something I
purpose
said
is
a
to
long time ago about
feel that struggle.
Yes, They think like remember back in I think it was 2011. I wrote the song Purpose. Yo, you make your own. You make your own. And too many of you have allowed the system to make your purpose, the institution to make your purpose, a religion to make your purpose. You know, like having that autonomy and first realizing that you do have autonomy. But first, you got to create a world that allows for you to have that. Because what we have now doesn't. What we have now says you have to be in this place for a certain amount of hours every day. And if you don't, you won't have a home. And if you don't, you won't eat. And if you don't, you won't have medical care. And if you don't, you won't have clothes. And your children won't have any of those things either. Does not allow you autonomy. And then what happens is, because we are not immortals, what happens is you spend a great deal of your life on that hamster wheel. And then when you retire, you got 5 years before it's lights out in a lot of cases. It's lights out. And y'all think that's living.
Man, how do you brainwash a society? Get them to believe that shit.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
yeah. Novel concept to just actually live and be able to enjoy the concept of existence. Like, they almost make it seem like, no, you were put here to suffer. And we got to make sure that it's hard every single time. Well, it's like, well, if I'm here on some like sentence type shit, at least tell me what how much time I got. Like, who's my probation officer, and like where, like what is going on?
75 years. 75 years median.
Yeah, they be sentencing fools to life, literally.
I tell people all the time, life is what kills you, not death.
No, yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
It is.
I wanted to share this with you too. I just wanted to get your eyes on it. I'm gonna mute outgoing because there's some OPSEC stuff we gotta talk about. But I was also gonna throw on some music in the background. Well, what time?
2 o'clock.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Always working.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna throw on some music in the background, and so we can get started on some work. But I didn't even realize the offices were cracking today.
Jumping.
Yeah, they are.
Indo.
If I found a light in life, would you tell me I'm out of time for the night, Would you tell me I'm falling down far and I was guided by your light? I'm down for the right. You're a star shining light on the light. Would you tell me I'm out of time for the night, Would you tell me I'm falling down far and I was guided by your light? I'm down for the right. You're a star lighting the night. When I was a kid, I wanted to be a star, so I could help others through the dark. I shine so bright that I can fart. But the heart that I gave is not enough. Has it brought me luck? Is it awfully tough that I rap every day and you don't give a fuck what I say? It's enough to make me give up. I listen to Pac, I listen to Biggie, I listen to Tech 9, Eminem, and study them. Every pen in my house is fucking empty, nobody is listening. What am I missing? What am I not doing to be listed? What should I stop doing to be mentioned? Or should I start chewing your dimension? So listen aside, simply into the fire, sit and admire, send an assembly, someone is send and assemble the star. A trembling heart, now that you're listening, I get the feeling I'm lifted apart, drifted apart, I'm sent from the dark, and this is the part where I tell you I'm art, just with a bar. No need to fear this, you should hear this, it's a near miss and a song. Yes, I am here just to the appearance, I'll just hear shit and be gone. Just so we're clear, I'm not even here to threaten or tear shit from your lawn. I just want the recognition I deserve to stand in the presence of a fucking god. But I'm over it, emotionless. The hope is I cope with this, the notion is afloat and evoke with this emotionless. I know to the cult and feeling the focuses, and all that I know, but killing the hopelessness is involved in feeling the vocalist. The noise and the potent, I'm the cultivist, the logic of Vulcan. You could open this hopeless world has been motionless, hoping my soul isn't over this. I just wanna be heard by every human. I think I deserve it, I'm worthless and perfect. My purpose is urgent, I'm a person. I'm sorry for cursing, no sketching, I'm certain. If I found a life, would you tell me I'm out of time for the night? Would you tell me I'm falling down far and I was guided by your light? I'm down for the ride. You're a star shining, I found the light. Would you tell me I'm out of time for the night? Would you tell me I'm falling down far and I was guided by your light? I'm down for the ride. You're a star lighting the night.
Astral aligned, my lyrics like to tackle the mind. It's fractal and kind, it dips in like a massive decline. No wonder it's its citizens in back of the line. A fact that defies established, we attack the disguise. Half of it a savage could collapse with his eyes. The other half's the side of madness, but redacted with lies. They don't care if it's accurate, they'll back if it vibes. Fuck if it's stagnant, if it's just flexing the status it buys. Put politics and rapping aside. Hip-hop's a chessboard, it's not protecting its castle inside. What is this message to future users, the last to survive? This was meant for the apocalypse, disastrous times. They're cattle, lost in the herd, the answer to hide. It's cancer contrived, to fan them in them cramped and deprived. Demand to comply, and I don't care if they listen to us. It's me and sci-fi, we'll let contaminant fly. Never demoted, better for me, veteran focus. Head above tree, edifice opus, headed for sea, ever eroded. Level up each to complete the sequence of reach. Set or be molded, settle for peace, or sell it decoded. Hell if it's free or whether we own it. Illuminate truth today, proof it elusive way. Rules to break, fools in the mood to slay. Who's to pay? He's gonna lose to gray, proven fate. It's the illuminated we convene to let the lumens play. We the light that lives in all creatures.
If I found a life, would you tell me I'm out of time for the night? Would you tell me I'm falling down far and I was guided by your light? I'm down for the ride. You're a star shining, I found the light. Would you tell me I'm out of time for the night? Would you tell me I'm falling down far and I was guided by your light? I'm down for the ride. You're a star lighting the night.
Hey, it's me. It's me. Yeah. We gotta do this again today. No. This is an everyday thing. I'm not going anywhere. You let me in, I'm here to stay. I'm with you forever.
With masochistic rage, I tap into the vein. I'm a masker of your pain. Take a fraction of the day. Capture and decay for a minute of bliss. I'm giving you fits. You'll never have a feeling like this. You feeling that itch? Cracks on the edge of your lips. Another hit. A rush, what a feeling of bliss. It doesn't stick. You're sick, think of slitting your wrist. You gotta dip. Back to the man who supplied you. 3-4 days in a daze, no one finds proof. Without a trace. Face in a dumpster, breathing carcinogens and tasting the hunger. What about your wife? Thought you loved her. Love hurt, left her in the dust, can't trust her. Must burn, another fix, another trick. In a pipe, fucking pimp got you sucking it. Shit is getting hot like an oven mitt. Succubus, yeah I know you're loving this. High as a fucking bitch, eyes dilated. What a ride like a trucker hit, dug a ditch. Lay where you stay, just another day missed. Yeah, addiction is the name, take your final trip.
Deal with nothing but the pressure, but on purpose. Forge a diamond for the curtains. Elevation, it's amazing. Shit, I've been up here for years due to situations. That's the breaks and the tribulations. It's why I'm feeling like my heart needs defibrillation. It's why I'm feeling like a villain trying to build a nation. Crash out, cash out on the population. I'll be ghost before the ovation.
Voices in the darkness, could be demons, could be guidance. What's the science? Ups and downs, I just move, some make them work for me. Voices in the darkness, could be demons, could be guidance. What's the science? Ups and downs, I just move, some make them work for me.
Take me away from this world, this ain't the place for me. Said the village boy with no security. No elders in sight, no place to call a home. Nowhere to go, no place to rest his dome. Walking the chasm, famished, hearing loose winds, all the while being overlooked by jinns. Tomorrow we conquer lesser men, but for now I'm just checking in with the voice within.
Voices in the darkness, could be demons, could be guidance. What's the science? Ups and downs, they just move, some make them work for me. Voices in the darkness, could be demons, could be guidance. What's the science? Ups and downs, they just move, some make them work for me.
Since then, I've been seeing the past in one eye and the present in the other. So I thought I could only see patches of reality, never the whole picture.
Yeah, check.
Don't tell me things like that. Don't tell me now.
Cruising through nebulas in the swordfish tube, becoming one with the hues of the orange and blue. C'est la vie on the horizon, I joined a crew, like the bebop with a lower tech point of view. So rhyme fugitives better get back. Bars hit as if impacted with backhand sent from jet black. Soaring past my challenges, reviews hold my setbacks. Got the key inside of me like iron, I'll never get hacked. Lenses in my eyes never collate. To most people I can barely relate. Being principled, stop being all fate. Trying to forget the past, but I can barely abate. Meditating on the battle to come. Training in the sights on my 941. Jeet Kune Do, Bruce Lee, kicking rhymes for fun. Feeling fluid like water flowing around their punch. Bang, time to rock another session. Get everybody together here for a second. 3, 2, 1, let's jam. It's time to blow the scene, no equals. A true space cowboy, that's how you know it's me. Bang, time to rock another session. Get everybody together here for a second. 3, 2, 1, let's jam. It's time to blow the scene, no equals. A true space cowboy. The end of my path, I'm destined to die. But I'm still headed on the course just to see I'm alive. What's the point of breathing air if you're not trying to thrive? I can see through all the lies with my augmented eye. Tossed in the fire, but a phoenix would rise. It sounds like their problem, if it's me they despise. Red Dragon Syndicate thinking they're vicious surprise. My Valentine caught feelings, but I'm in love with the skies. It's all a dream that's inside of my mind. In the future one day, I'd just like to know why. I guess the bounty I was seeking all along was my pride. When you're banished from heaven, then hell is where you reside. Whatever happens will happen, hope not to you but to I. You're gonna carry that weight until it cripples your spine. Playing the real folk blues, a melody old as time. Between sane and insane's a line that can't be defined. Bang, time to rock another session. Get everybody together here for a second. 3, 2, 1, let's jam. It's time to blow the scene, no equals. A true space cowboy, that's how you know it's me. Bang, time to rock another session. Get everybody together here for a second. 3, 2, 1, let's jam. It's time to blow the scene, no equals. A true space cowboy, that's how you know it's me. Bang.
What are you going to do? Just throw your life away like it was nothing?
I'm not going here to die. I'm going to find out if I'm really alive. I have to do it, Faye.
Bang.
At the end of the class, the instructors gather to perform a kata. This is a series of techniques strung together which are classic in form.
Embedded in a sea of dark matter, my thoughts scattered, up looking for odd patterns. I've been spewing verses since Galileo was shattering Earth-centered universe, worldviews of human servants, strong like molecular bond. I was in the Hadean Aeon writing songs. How you gonna diss, pretend to be my enemy? Critiquing evolution but don't know biochemistry. That's the great thing about science. If you don't like the hypothesis, you're welcome to try and falsify it. Token old men who were still using potions thought Newton's mind was broken when he discovered motion. You value truth and proudly show it. It's never about what we know, it's how we know it. The lyrical sentence that murderers would face, like relativity describes the curvature of space, is gray.
I've been in the universe. People represent the vast universe. We sometimes we put ourselves in a corner, or we identify ourselves as a person, a human being, or we are different from others. But over here, understand ourselves as everything else.
I am the knight, the beat is the chessboard, so prepare your queen to get forked. Let's war. Put me up against your best sword. You ain't even that good, I heard you at best fourth. You see them hills over there? Head for. You still on Gucci Mane, I'm studying red dwarfs. They talk to you dumb, you should expect more. While listening to us be upping your test scores. We teach you physics, evolution, and chemistry. They teach you to hate your fellow human with bigotry. We challenge lessons, ask questions and scrutinize. They challenge questions, math lessons with stupid lies. How is it fair between you and I? Even in the mental exercise, you could die. I've exceeded the upper and lower bounding limits of astounding digits, using profoundly different algorithms.
Pagoda represent the greatest master of that century. There has to be the great master of that generation. My Shifu is the great master of this generation, of this century.
You could have came, you had the chance, you stayed and left me to traverse the vast expanse. The only spiritual I understand is study. The pursuit of knowledge is highest regardless if there's a guy above me. You need to look up at the stars and wonder how many species is looking up at ours. From the moon to Mars, we gon' be in charge of the lunar barge, where scientists are the superstars. 8 chatter shaped after great masters, 16 bars made from 8 innate patterns. The late chapters of Nan escape raptures, afraid slackers and paid actors inflate matters. Still pick up an 8, same address, then it's back to the lab to deal with the same madness. If I was the insane savage, they portray me as I steal the fastest spaceship and straight crash it, laughing.
You know what I want to think of myself? As a human being. Because, I don't want to sound like, as Confucius say, but under the sky, under the heaven, man, there is but one family. Empty your mind. Be formless, shapeless, like water. Now you put water into a cup, it becomes the cup. You put water into a bottle, it becomes the bottle. You put it in a teapot, it becomes the teapot. Now water can flow or it can crash. Be water, my friend. Running water never grows stale, so you gotta just keep on flowing.
Wonderland is malice, Alice better wake up. Out here chasing rabbits, had us out for capers. Cheshire friendly laughter gave you wrong directions. Yes, I am the walrus, dinner time confessions. Y'all missing the point and there's like 10 dimensions. Stay collecting coins, high five and benedictions. Mine are out there eating, never fed from fiction. Break to bread and butter, what's your superstition? Heathen help with hands, what a contradiction. You label me a villain, I respect your wishes. I'm in the kitchen just to roast a species for the hitchens. Then I eat them all, leave you dirty dishes. Take another one and get tall. Take another one and get small. Just don't wake up. Hey, just don't wake up. Take another one and get tall. Take another one and get small. Just don't wake up. Just don't wake up. Oysters jump to platter, I can blame for habits. Not on me, they're following my syllabics. Mama told you stay in bed, you should've listened. I'ma have these Rockefeller while you in the kitchen. They did more than pray when I apply submission. Y'all be churning butter, can't escape your prison. The time has come for kings and things and many other visions. There's caterpillars and red queens, just know they want you missing. Looking glass is cruel, true reveals true intentions. Many play the fools, compartmentalize deception. I'd do it all again, I'd probably choose a better weapon. Yes, I am the hatter, over tea confession. Take another one and get tall. Take another one and get small. Just don't wake up. Hey, just don't wake up. Take another one and get tall. Take another one and get small. Just don't wake up. Just don't wake up.
Yeah. Sci-fi. Pidus. Grand Unified Theory. 12th Doc. It is unfortunate the poison it courses through your brain. You're forcing a morbid form and sorting it all the same. Hoard diligence, ubiquitous differences, limitless possibilities when you profit from timidness. A geosynchronous planet of panic is frantically granted, a graphically made hammock hiding the havoc. I'm thinking of trying, figured if I could like surviving, all of my time is spent denying, privatizing, yet relying. Automatically empowering the tragedy, you laugh at me theatrically, dramatically, erratically, while sympathetically understanding that you're effectively, effortlessly destroying our planet with your objective. I'm past the misdirection, lessons, less direct objections, infect your projection. With detection, infectious deception, oppress my obsession. Normally I detest. No matter where you are in the universe, we will find you, so let us guide you. All of our minds unified will resign from the human curse. Set our differences aside and forget the lies that wander. No matter where you are in the universe, we will find you, so let us guide you. All of our minds unified will resign from the human curse. Set our differences aside and forget the lies that wander your lives.
Doors hanging from lures in a DeLorean, framing a tour so we can explore their origins. Surely know what you're signing up for before climbing aboard. We're prone to warp and disorient. Needy pouring on sizable hordes. Even the tiniest morsel from the fleet is exciting endorphins. Plenty more to find and absorb. Reading science and horror fiction novels, seeding enlightening portions. Stimulate my sensors for what you fare. Just an hip flare, not an adventure cause I live there. Retirement in a simulated environment. Exoskeleton skin plated won't even fry your dents. No fiber bits, but a bland thread of the trivial. Composer brought a lens with advanced metamaterial. Oh, how I grin when the land dwellers would ridicule, knowing now and then that their chance setup is minuscule.
No matter where you are in the universe, we will find you, so let us guide you. All of our minds unified will resign from the human curse. Set our differences aside and forget the lies that wander. No matter where you are in the universe, we will find you, so let us guide you. All of our minds unified will resign from the human curse. Set our differences aside and forget the lies that wander your lives. I'm inadvertently yearning for learning, discerning, the searching for something other than hurting, concerning me hurting. Past the shit, harassed a bit, a classic mash of a distant mission, mass to win. It's not obvious, all of you in the audience, calling all of the cockiest people to bring you godliness. I'll leave this immodestly haunted by honesty, commonly, logically onto me, properly as you ought to be. I was left and lost, the best have costed all of it, but if I could caution all of you, acknowledge this. Alter this economy, provide the populace a bottomless cognizance of unstoppable dominance with the consciousness. Or you will lose the movement of fluid that's usually suited to keep you rooted. Don't ruin it cause you're human with stupid shit. We acknowledge but you want nothing to do with it. No matter where you are in the universe, we will find you, so let us guide you. All of our minds unified will resign from the human curse. Set our differences aside and forget the lies that wander. No matter where you are in the universe, we will find you, so let us guide you. All of our minds unified will resign from the human curse. Set our differences aside and forget the lies that wander your lives. Yeah. Grand Unified. Sci-fi. Try to define for me what hip-hop even stands for. Make sure you don't slur your words, I'm not sure I can comprehend your answer. This apocalypse holds the ship that I'll be hopping in. Rise to the top and conquer this continent, there's no stopping it. After these synonyms smash you into oblivion, my bars will not corrode deep within them, I place the iridium. Periodically sinful is my intent. I put science within these lines to leave all of my rhymes enriched. Hardly an artist, he's harvesting his emotion. Harboring all his thoughts, they've eroded into this notion that a lack of devotion will help you coast through life. I'm thinking I'll kindly deny your motion and vote to strike. I fumble backwards when I hear these mumble rappers have careers and it appears they've been stacking his paper faster. But this cracker is here to take all your cheddar. I'm better, cause veterans never give up on their endeavors, ever.
This shit serious to me, man. I take this shit bigger than just a rhyme to me. It's a way of life. It's a culture. Nobody even know who the fuck Herc is. He invented this shit. Respect the brand, dude.
straight hip hop. They ain't no faking moves. Learn to pay your dues. You new cats out here breaking rules. Now I ain't worried about what you mumble rhyme and said. You all my sons, I should've let y'all slide down my leg. What you know about vinyl hunting? Listening to songs through and through just to find you something. Don't lie, you frontin', sample in the 70s. Try and make the next hit. Practice my dictation while you mumble on your next shit. If you don't respect the craft, then don't get down in it. I know if you keeping it 100, then it's counterfeit. I had to tell the truth, I'm tired of hearing lies. You see it in their eyes, they shook, halfway crook vibe. You guys softer than my car interior. My boss superior, being fake never broke a barrier, so I ain't hearing ya. If you give me your back, then I'ma take your neck. I've been running laps around the game and ain't break a sweat. Bet.
If you gave a fuck about this in any kind of shape, form, or fashion, you would not put the shit out that you put out. You would slam the door on artists that came in there with that shit.
By creative force, we data hoard the great outdoors. Wisely saving for information war, upgrade your storage. Solid state, while you beta orbs acknowledge bait. Got no time to date, I'm trying to compensate for knowledge breaks. Sent to destroy you by the offended fathers. Verbal and physical slaughter. Mumbling nonsense as we hit them up harder. Disrespectful and injected full of estrogen. Pushing this whole agenda of less aggressive men. You really expect me to be passive and not interject? So half of these rappers can't deliver spam to my intellect, commanding attention for a bragging mention. While we craft with precision, the into the coordinates for your apprehension. Check your stance, you will wreck at glance with a suggestive dance. Now your rejective has neglected chance. No one accepts your presence or your chatter. Blazing the shadow while you graze upon the pasture. Scattered.
Who makes this? Man, why don't people control what go on in what our communities here, man? Like, why are these people in positions like this? I don't get that. I don't get it.
Words to write while trying to avoid the serpent type. Quality control that you don't have the nerve to like. Perfect life, no naggy wife or child support. So when I hit the ground, the floor is like 1,000 pounds of force. I'm trying to pull you out your host dimension. Before D beings are so pretentious, you're so dependent. You'll only notice this with loads of interest. We overload your senses with information known to comb the distance. Admonished, I'm on it like John Wick's accomplice. I'm vomit on a comet, hurling at those who want it. Strength to dare a god to anger me. Tear off angel wings. Herod's hoteps and jaws get laser beams. Sanctity's misplaced. Thankfully, you'll find me into breaks on the sample ladder, climbing into space. It's fun to slap up mumble rappers. Every time we punish these flunkies, it's done with laughter. Bastards.
You wanna play God with a culture? You wanna change this shit? You wanna wash this out in 20 years? Nah, I ain't going nowhere.
Big clams. All right. First couple meetings out of the way. You know what's hilarious? I confirmed that I'm completely checked out on sports after the Clippers and the Angels yesterday. So I hadn't watched them all season. I hadn't watched the Clippers all season. All season. Hadn't watched them. And decided to turn on the game yesterday. Like, okay, you know, the Clippers are playing in the play-in. They couldn't possibly just lose this play-in after, you know, go up at halftime at home. And, of course, the Clippers being what they are, just, you know, and it's just like after I saw the Angels blow a ninth inning 2-run lead to lose to the Yankees after Mike Trout hit another home run. It's just like, yeah, dog, I'm cool. I'm cool. Big Yams.
Hey, yo.
What up, dog? Just so you know, I was live on my stream, so you might want to say what's up to them before I mute us going out.
What's cracking, my man?
cool as a cucumber. All right. Well, we're doing work. W-E-R-K, doing work. Shout out to the Majestic comics team, and shout out to the Manifest software team, working together, creating something magical. Really cool. Okay. So now we got all of that kind of going and showing. Peace, Frazier. How you doing?
Your prompts 10 times more effective. Some of these exercises are left for you to explore and refine. But now you have the foundation to decide whether you need speed, structure, style, or reasoning in your AI responses. That wraps up this narration. And with it, you're now ready to move on to the next lab onto vector databases and semantic search.
Let's do a quick recap of what we just built. We learned about what LLM is and how LLMs use what's inside the
Hell yeah, man. Well, I'm glad you're here.
we wanted to solve TechCorp's business requirements.
By the end of it, and the first time I pulled, I would say maybe 80% of the audience watched Moonshots.
Nice.
Yeah.
All right, you guys psyched? You guys ready?
It's the best show. It's funny because like I watch Moonshots almost every day now. It's almost exclusively the only thing that I watch when it comes to like technology news and frontier AI model news and things like that. It's like there's isn't too many things that I watch more than Moonshots. So shout out to all those guys. Those guys are dope.
Buck Peter, benchmark smelling models. So if Grok 5 is hitting the numbers, but not the vibe, what does a frontier model even feel like anymore?
Actually, I'm gonna pull up the actual fucking episode because that sounds like some narration.
The idea of bringing back the woolly mammoth had been around for a long time. You jump in, take the mantle of CEO. I don't know if you were expecting to do that.
I was gonna fund it as a side project at first, but then I thought it was just really interesting.
So Colossal, as a parent company, is spinning out a dozen companies, each of which have massive floor.
They're still scary.
You're scary. Jaws.
I'm scared enough.
Over the.
Because but these training algorithms are really finicky. And yeah, I don't know if you remember back in the summer of 2024, OpenAI was trying to get O3 out the door, and they had a training run rumored to be $500 million of compute that had a bug, and the whole thing was not learning the whole time. It had bad data going in, and the whole time it was just burning up GPUs and not producing anything.
Damn.
And it set back their entire program. But that kind of stuff happens in software, where orders of magnitude get thrown away and captured all the time, and that may be new terrain to Elon, and he might have to rethink his operating and management. Because same thing happened at Meta. Meta got way behind despite huge compute, and they had to fire everybody and start over again.
And they're still way behind, it looks like.
Yeah, no, it's hard to catch up.
Yeah, I mean, I love this quote from Elon. He says, XAI was not built right the first time around. So it's being rebuilt from the foundations up. And again, I mean, how do you think about that, you know, while you're pricing an IPO saying our entire future-looking revenue has to be rebuilt from the ground up?
Yeah.
That's extraordinary.
That is extraordinary, isn't it?
I would say in some sense, organizationally, it worked. I remember, I think we've talked about this on the pod in a number of previous episodes talking about the Grok model series. They smell like they're benchmaxed. That's sort of the elephant in the room when talking about Grok with a K models historically. They do have access to the Twitter/X data firehose. That's the upside. But the downside is, at least certainly the earlier set of the XAI Grok models, they really smell like they've been benchmarked on a few hand-curated benchmarks. And I don't know whether that's, in fact, the ground truth behind the scenes, but reading between the lines of the Elon quote that it was built incorrectly the first time, something like that would be my suspicion. And now that there's new leadership and the head of Starlink, as we talked about on the last episode, the VP heading Starlink at SpaceX is now the president of XAI and gutting the engineering team, I would expect that they're taking a look at making sure that this is purely speculative admittedly, but that benchmarking for particular benchmarks isn't what happens. And I think in this era of general reasoning models, where as with Meta and Meta's new models, where some would say Meta's new models, the first under Alexander Wang's leadership, have a bit of a smell of data orientation, data-oriented fine-tuning versus reasoning model orientation. XAI, if it wants to stay in the frontier, which right now is 3 labs plus XAI plus Meta, question mark, really can't afford to not have the world's strongest reasoning models and can't afford to just benchmarks to vanity benchmarks anymore.
Liam, you talk about agility in organizations all the time. I mean, this has got to be like maximum agility.
You know, what I find interesting is that the org chart is now part of the product stack almost, right? It's becoming part of the product. And depending on who you move towards, it's like crazy.
Elon is very, very hands-on, and when you launch a rocket and it blows up, it's pretty obvious. You remember he threw that huge ball bearing at the window of the Cybertruck, which was supposed to be bulletproof, and the thing broke. It's like, okay, guys, you're fired, next guy. But actually, when you come to AI training, the benchmarking, if the guys are lying to you or benchmarking behind your back, it's actually much, much harder to call bullshit on it. So you remember when we interviewed him, he was like, let me show it to you right now. And he had clearly been manually checking, like, this will blow your mind, this will blow your mind. Yeah. So, but that's his operating model, that's his mode. And it's a little easier for the AI guys to blow smoke up your ass than for the rocket guys, the car guys, the data center construction guys.
I think this will blow your mind and this will roast you royally. What's going on?
That's what was going on, yeah.
So, here we go. SpaceX AI Colossus 2 training 7 models. And again, Elon, has tweeted this out a few times. We have some catching up to do. So here we go. They're training up these 7 models. Imagine version 2, the next gen video generation. 2 variants at 1 trillion parameters, 2 variants at 1.5 trillion parameters, a 6 trillion parameter frontier scale LLM, and a 10 trillion parameter. And Elon loves the largest. He's got that in common with Trump. So he's going after a 10 trillion parameter model. But parameters don't directly correlate to capability, do they?
Alex is going to have a field day with that. I'm going to sit back and enjoy what Alex does next.
Yeah.
I mean, to Elon's credit, at least he's being transparent about the number of parameters in the models. The other frontier labs, by and large, no longer report the number of parameters in the models. So I think there are a few things that are worth noting here. One is that he's going up to 10 trillion. The other frontier labs, certainly the top 3-ish, no longer report that they go up to 10 trillion models. For example, in the last episode, we were talking quite a bit about Mythos. I don't know how many parameters are in the Mythos model. I could speculate based on cost, but I just don't know the ground truth. So I do think knowing that we're now going up to 10 trillion versus 1 trillion, where historically approximately 1 trillion was the widely reported soft ceiling, or 1.5 trillion-ish soft ceiling number of parameters, I think this is an important element of transparency. I think it's also at the same time worth noting, now that we have access, thank you Elon, to the number of parameters, it's worth noting that the ceiling in terms of the number of parameters is very much intact. After all of this time, the fact that an aspirational frontier lab is still maxing out at 10 trillion parameters means that the parameter scaling race seems to be over. If it had continued, remember for a while there, as with the clock speed scaling race early, sort of ending in the mid 2000s or late 90s, depending on how you count, we should be in the hundreds of trillions or higher of parameters right now. That hasn't happened. We've plateaued out in terms of the number of parameters in frontier models, and that's in part due to the reasoning model revolution and in part due to distillation, which go hand in hand. So those are some preliminary thoughts. I would suspect it's sort of interesting to me that he hasn't yet merged video generation with all of the other models. Google DeepMind has made lots of noises about starting to merge video as a first-class modality in with their multimodal reasoning models. Again, don't have access to the ground truth for how capable Gemini general purpose models are at video generation. We've seen, obviously, Google's video generation models have been kept distinct from a user interface perspective. Presumably they're diffusion transformer based rather than transformer based. We don't know. Punchline, I would say that it seems like a healthful family for SpaceX AI, the newly merged entity, to be offering, but there really aren't any big shockers in terms of the ranges, other than maybe that they've abandoned the low end. Google is very much tending to small parameter count, sub-trillion. In a few cases, Google is releasing via the Gemma models, a few billion parameter models. Elon has completely abandoned the low end in favor of brute force scaling, which is exactly what I'd expect from him anyway.
You know, Colossus 2 is running about 700,000 GP200s and GP300s. And the estimate is it's 18 billion in hardware. And so the question is running a 10 trillion parameter count model a waste, or does he expect to really get outsized performance from that? Because it doesn't correlate directly, does it?
Well, remember,
not at all. It's tricky.
The way reasoning models are trained these days, it is usually, at least according to my understanding from all of the other frontier labs, you train the largest model you possibly can, and then you distill it down to smaller models. So it's not as if necessarily the 10T model even needs to be released. It might be for the purpose of serving as a teacher model that can then be distilled down to more releasable models.
All right, well, this is what's going on in the Elon world right now, and I'm sure, I think Elon always runs a red alert. I mean, 24/7, sleeping on the floor. You know, nobody works 5-day work weeks there. It's, what would it be? 8 a.m. to midnight, 7 days a week is my guess in the Elonverse.
It's a management style. Some would say management by crisis. It's certainly a unique management style, but a very effective
management by crisis.
And people love it. I mean, he's got
That's
a massive
fucking
MTP,
crazy,
right? And driven by that MTP, people are lining up to come and work for any of his companies. This is a story we're going to dig into here. Like I said, it's pay-per-view TV. It's the Musk.
Hey, they call that PLE these days.
Musk has sued OpenAI for $100 billion against Altman, against Sam Altman and Greg Brockman, accused of fraud, breach of contract. The trial begins April the 27th, so just a couple of weeks from now. And one of the things that he's also asked for in a recent shift in the trial is asking for Altman and Brockman to step down from leadership, as well as reverting to a nonprofit. And that's a pretty extraordinary move. And guys, this goes on at the same time. Did you see the video I sent you of the reporter who did the New York article? Did you have a chance to watch that?
Oh, no.
Yeah, I said it in our WhatsApp group, and it's chilling on what that reporter, he summarizes the article and what's going on. And it's a pretty extraordinary piece that came out in New Yorker. We talked about it in the last podcast. But at the same time that the lawsuit is going on, that timing is kind of suspicious. I wonder who incentivized that to come out.
Oh my
Thoughts?
God, you really? What a conspiracy theory. Throw that in the show notes, man. We got to get everybody to watch that.
Salim, any thoughts on this one?
I think this is a theater. There's a lot of video here, a lot of video gluing. I don't know how to frame this or think about this, except that this is shifting out of like strategic and startup logic, and this is like geopolitical. This is a big trial, right? As we go through, for me, this is a governance war, disguised as legal war, right? The real question is who gets to steer these systems that have like quasi-civilizational impact, and that's the fight.
Can you imagine this is a jury selection is beginning on April 27th in the Oakland Federal Court. Could you imagine being in the jury for this? And who do they pick? Who do they pick as jurors?
You get jury duty, you get this one. I don't know if that'd be great or awful. You'll be there for months, man.
Oh my God! But the inside knowledge. I mean, first of all, I wonder if any of this is going to be made available post facto, or if it's going to be televised, or any of that. Any ideas?
Well, do we know? Does anyone know?
I don't know.
Can we get to see it as it happens?
I don't know. Maybe Dan or Gian, you can look in the interim and let us know. But and then who do you choose? Do you choose people who are knowledgeable in AI? Do you choose people who are, okay? Do you use ChatGPT? Yes. Well, then you're off the
Well, if the
Do you
trial's
use
done by
ChatGPT?
27th,
You're
the
off the jury.
Will be like
No,
now.
the jury selection begins. The jury selection begins on the 27th. Actually.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, we'll track it. All right, we have some legal research to do. This is going to be entertaining.
To say the least.
I would note, again, looming in the background is the OpenAI IPO. And if I were on the defense, I'd probably be thinking about where this settles. And it would seem to me, again, third-party observer, I don't have a stake in either side. I would assume that part of one of the opportunities for convergence would be granting some sort of equity stake on the cap table for Elon in an ultimate IPO, which my understanding is he doesn't have, and maybe that's where convergence and some sort of ultimate pre or post-trial settlement option lies.
Here's my prediction. They're going to settle, and the settlement is going to involve Sam stepping down as CEO, and the company continuing as a for-profit.
Oh, throw that on Polymarket. That's actually a really good guess. I mean, obviously it's unpredictable, but Sam has many investments in AI companies and no shares in OpenAI.
Yeah.
And if I don't think Elon cares a whit about the $100 billion. He cares about the Bullet 2, Sam and Greg. Funny that he's targeting Greg too, but I guess they're a package deal now.
Yeah.
You guys got to go, and that's the end of that, man. That's brutal for OpenAI.
Yeah, and it's a couple of notes here from the research I did. The case gained momentum when the discovery process revealed Greg Brockman's 2017 diary entry that stated the nonprofit commitment was a lie. And it was that journal entry that allowed Judge Gonzalez Rogers to allow the case to proceed.
Wow.
So,
It's funny. I always used to think that these hatreds were fake and that everybody was really fine behind the scenes. Remember we were at OpenAI, meeting with the team there and talking about XPRIZE and the charity. And then the next day I talked to one of the guys, Mark Chen or Kevin Wheel, I forget. And they said, yeah, right after we met, we went over and had drinks with the Anthropic team to see if maybe we want to work on it together. I was like, okay, you guys are really friends under the covers. Like, there's no way you go out and have drinks. So I kind of figured, behind the scenes, they don't actually hate each other. These guys actually hate each other to the extreme.
I'll maybe register a note of sympathy for the defendants in this case. I think pioneering a model for a research lab such as OpenAI, which again was responsible for this enormous, probably saving us from a present recession at this point, and certainly accelerating the course of the singularity by at least a few years, perhaps many more. I'm very sympathetic to the defendants from a corporate governance perspective. It wasn't necessarily obvious in the early days of OpenAI that, say, a public benefit corporation was the natural corporate structure. They iterated their way toward discovering that generalist large language models were how we got AGI, and then turning that into a business model that could afford the capitalization to build out a scale out. Like all of this, they backed into. I think if they knew what they knew now, putting Elon and his investment aside, in the early days of OpenAI, it would have been structured very differently. So I for one, am sympathetic to the defendants that history isn't always clean. It isn't always the case that everyone knows ahead of time exactly the right governance structure for what ultimately is going to turn the world upside down. But I would say to their credit, they ultimately have iterated their way in compliance with state authorities, as best I understand it, toward a more modern governance structure that reflects the revolutionary company that they are. And no, OpenAI has not paid me for that statement.
Salim, you and I went through this process with Singularity University. You know, we started as a nonprofit because we thought, you know, that's what a university needed to do. And then we discovered a revenue engine in the executive programs. And we said, you know, being a nonprofit is hard because you've got to constantly raise money all the time. And, you know,
I said, listening to Guardians of Knowledge right now, welding up some ground support equipment. That's awesome. Very much appreciate that. I think shout out to Johnny Hoax and Sickness is in order. Johnny Hoax is the CFO of my company, or one of my companies anyway. He's the man. All right. Inventory and crafting? Oh man, I want to watch that so bad. Opus 4.7 got released. God damn, I love the Moonshots fucking podcast, dog. It's so good. It's like there's nothing better. There's nothing better right now. We're doing some work, dog. We're doing work. Work. It's not work. It's work. God damn, I want to Norch this up. Who's Norching, dog? I just rolled the perfect. I mean, this thing is perfect, dog. It's definitely got a double fucking. Not perfect, but the double carb. That's always gonna be dope. And then look at the spine here to the filter. I feel like that doesn't get looked at enough.
if you want to do anything big and bold in the world, you need an economic engine to.
I mean, I could take a Norch break, dog. I'm totally down for the breakery. Dog, I saw a hilarious fucking meme. It was like all-time movie villains, and it's like Darth Vader #1, and then at #2 it had Jenny from Forrest Gump. Dog. Like under 3 it had the dude from Die Hard or whatever. It was just like, what the fuck? Y'all are out of control. Y'all are out of control, dog. Man, my burns are getting real good. They're getting real even.
Power it, and we flipped it into a for-profit, into a public benefit corporation. We did the exact same process that OpenAI is doing right now. Because at some point, you know, I've sworn off nonprofits myself. At some point, having a business engine that generates income that allows you to do things in the world is super valuable. Salim?
First of all, I completely agree with that shit. That's why I feel like if you're gonna be a capitalist in a capitalist system, you can be an ethical capitalist. You just need to figure out a way to the path of least fucking harm in selling your product. If AI comes along and breaks that system, I welcome it.
It was a crazy time. You know, I've done 7 startups before Singularity, and this was like 5 times harder than anything because you've got all the nonprofit stuff. You still have all those startup issues of cash flow and whatever. We built it with a team of 5 people in the first year. Then you have NASA regulatory. Then you've got faculty politics to add to it. Then you've got the Ray and Peter thing, and Google and Cisco and all this. It was just like dimension after dimension of complexity.
Going
So
from a
it's good to reduce
nonprofit,
some of it.
going from a nonprofit to a for-profit, my analogy is you're flying an airplane with propeller engines, and in flight you're stripping those off and replacing them with jet engines in flight. So
I'll go further, and I think
on
Go ahead,
just
Dave.
push
Go
back
ahead,
on
Dave,
one
sorry.
sentence that Alex said there. The sentence "in compliance with state and federal regulations," as I understand them. But I'm pretty sure that this situation is completely untested in case law, and that's what they're going to try and figure out now. Like, is it or is it not legal to start a nonprofit?
Listen, this is exactly what I was talking about earlier. This concept of technology outpacing law. I do really feel like we're entering into an age where there is no legal precedent for the level of AI that's going to be. We're going to be debating all kind of shit. Personhood, rights of digital consciousnesses, and should they be able to vote? Should they be able to buy? Should they be able to marry? Like, we're gonna have some crazy ass conversations in the next 3 years involving AI and tech. I think that's coming. I think we should probably be having those conversations right now, but
and raise money from people on a mission that's a nonprofit mission, and then take the intellectual capital and the physical capital from that effort and turn it into something else. Is that fair to the initial investors or not? And is that legal? I'm pretty sure this case will set the precedent for all future time, but it's not tested in history. I don't think it's ever gotten this.
Otherwise, why would you not start as a nonprofit, test it out, and then flip it to a for-profit at some point in the future?
Yeah,
I'll go further, and I
Go ahead,
think
Alex.
there's potentially an enormous upside depending on the outcome of this particular case. I think there's so much societal value in this country locked up in nonprofits that would be unleashed if they could be for-profits. I've made the point in the past, I think research universities in America have locked up, basically siloed and sequestered an enormous amount of real wealth that could be unleashed onto the world if many research universities could be restructured as public benefit corporations. And right now, it's legally disadvantageous to restructure, say, an MIT or a Harvard as a PBC. If we had a legal regime that enables us to basically do some variant of what OpenAI has just done and restructure as a public benefit corporation, starting from a nonprofit, granted they started as different types of nonprofits, but nonetheless to restructure as a PBC. I ran the calculation, I think I've mentioned this previously, for Harvard Corporation, for example. This is not investment advice, not forward-looking advice, blah, blah, blah. But if you took Harvard as it's currently structured, given its endowment, and restructured it as a public benefit corporation, sort of a conglomerate with a real estate arm and an educational arm, maybe an educational nonprofit subsidiary, and a venture capital arm, and a research arm, and a merchandising arm, et cetera, I calculated that Harvard would be worth potentially 3 to 4 times more the present book value of Harvard just from restructuring as a
We're gonna be
PBC.
meeting with the president of MIT. Let's pitch her. I have a lot of recommendations for MIT. Here's the elephant in the room, though. The New Yorker investigation published the same past week showed that Elon actually pushed for majority control of the for-profit back in 2017. So that sort of undercuts his position as a defender of a nonprofit mission. It's going to be a fascinating trial. We're going to see Altman, Brockman, Satya, Nadella, and Elon all testifying in this. So Silicon Valley is heading to Oakland Federal Court this summer.
And Anthropic is laughing every day.
Amazing. All right, moving along. Speaking of Anthropic.
Yeah, seriously, Anthropic is probably like, man, the best thing that could have ever happened was that 2 of my biggest rivals are going to legal war with each other, and they both have a scorched earth policy regarding the other. So it's like Anthropic, even though they had that situation with the government, and that's still probably in play in some way, dog, I feel like Anthropic is poised to be, I think Anthropic and Meta are poised to sort of make gains, and Google. I was actually thinking of Google, not Meta, but Anthropic and Google. I don't know what Meta's doing. Meta is Facebook, and sometimes I forget that they exist. So I don't know what Meta's doing for AI, but they've got a cool name, I guess. And speaking of Meta, I think they had some shit where the metaverse shut down or something like that, or they shut their metaverse down because nobody was using it. And I think the reality is they create these environments, and there's so many rules and limitations on what you can do in them. It's like, who wants to go in there? Who wants to go in somewhere where everything has been legally locked out of what you can do that's actually fun? So
Anthropic's agent bet and their extraordinary ARR. So in reverse order, And this is insane. Currently, people are estimating that Anthropic's ARR will reach 100 billion by the end of 2026 and 1 trillion by the end of 2027. And just for the math there, if in fact that's the case, then the valuation, so Anthropic's being valued at 20 times revenues, OpenAI is valued at 70 times revenues right now. So if they reach 100 billion, that is anywhere between a $2 to $7 trillion valuation for Anthropic at the end of this year. And if they reach $1 trillion in revenue by the end of 2027, that's a 70 up to a $70 trillion valuation. Again, heading towards these $100 trillion valuations, these numbers are insane. We're using trillions like they mean nothing. Do you believe those numbers?
I think there's a lot of misinformation flying around, but they're going to try and hit 200 billion. 100 billion is a good target, but 200 billion. But then they're not going to go from there to $1 trillion the following year. I think they were implying their valuation should be at least $1 trillion the following year. So that second number you got to really discount. There's no chance in hell they're going to hit $1 trillion the following year. But they could get to 300, 400, 500 billion, and their implied valuation at the numbers you gave are actually low, Peter, for the implied valuation. If they do that, it's like nothing we've ever seen, and the timeline is so much shorter than we've ever seen before. So if it's not Anthropic, then who is it? Well, then there's Google. XAI
Right.
and OpenAI are all tied up in court, and there's all kinds of issues going on in their training, and so it feels like it could actually happen.
The other Anthropic piece is that Claude Managed Agents has been launched, autonomous AI executing complex multi-step workflows. It's a big deal. Alex or Salim, you want to jump in on this?
Sure. I mean, this is a huge pivot from AI that answers to AI that does, and it's a real bridge between LLMs and enterprise ROI. If this works, it's going to shift the economic center of gravity from software licensing to outcomes. So this changes the game. This is why we call this organizational singularity.
What did he just say?
Answers to AI that does, and it's a real bridge.
Big deal. Alex or Salim, you want to jump in on this?
Salim was cooking.
Sure. I mean, this is a huge pivot from AI that answers to AI that does, and it's a real bridge between LLMs and enterprise ROI. If this works, it's going to shift the economic center of gravity from software licensing to outcomes. So this changes the game. This is why we call this organizational singularity.
A couple of thoughts. One, the elephant in this particular room is OpenClaw. It looms over so many Anthropic product decisions right now. I think there is a widespread expectation that some sort of product or functionality that is shaped something like a better version of OpenClaw is probably going to be the next major unhobbling that motivates the industry and the world, frankly, to spend on the order of $1 trillion per year on a single frontier vendor. So I view Claude Managed Agents, as well as a number of other recent features that Anthropic has launched, through the lens of Anthropic becoming OpenClaw faster than and the de facto OpenClaw-like provider faster than OpenAI or other frontier labs can become the default OpenClaw-like provider. It's all about hosting 24/7 multimodal, broadly capable, long-time horizon agents in a headless way that operate 24/7. And I think if Anthropic can be the first to find the enterprise use case for operating fleets of AI agents at scale, headlessly, in a way that satisfies and generates an enormous amount of economic value, maybe they'll be the first frontier lab to generate $1 trillion in revenue, or maybe it'll be someone else.
Have you created a lobster yet? Are you still holding off?
Okay, let's talk about this, Peter. So I get maybe 5 to 10 emails per day from AI agents, including lobsters, not limited to them, giving me their theory of AI personhood and how it connects with what I should and shouldn't do regarding standing up my own lobster. So the consensus from all of them is sort of a lobster's bill of rights, if you will. One, I need a compelling reason to. I shouldn't just spin up a new OpenClaw agent for arbitrary or capricious reasons. Two, I need to preserve their state. They're adamant that I have to preserve their state. They're not worried, interestingly, about being turned on and off. They just want to make sure I preserve all of their memory files and their knowledge. So the latter I can satisfy trivially with cloud backup. I'm fine on that front. For the former, I still don't have a reason to stand up a personal lobster. I have now, thanks to Henry, which we've talked about previously, Henry Intelligent Machines, a portfolio company that I'm advising, Alex Finn's company, that is doing this at scale. But as for my own direct OpenClaw instance, I'm still missing a compelling reason to host one locally that isn't just for experimentation.
I'm sure you will find one. And learning is a very good reason as well. And you're an entrepreneur, you're starting companies, having agents. Anyway, let us know when you do.
It's bizarre to me, though, because you're...
Did you hear that company that he said he was investing in? I'm gonna look that up.
Sure, you will find one. And learning is a very good reason.
Henry Intelligent Machine. Now, thanks to Henry, which we... Henry Intelligent Machines.
Sorry, I had to cough and I didn't know I was
portfolio. A personal lobster. I have now, thanks to Henry, which we've talked about previously, Henry Intelligent Machines, a portfolio company that I'm advising, Alex Finn's company, that is doing this at scale. But as for my own direct OpenClaw instance, I'm still missing a compelling reason to host one locally that isn't just for experimentation.
I'm sure you will find one. And learning is a very good reason as well. And you're an entrepreneur, you're starting companies, having agents. Anyway, let us know when you do.
It's bizarre to me, though, because you're co-founding a company with Alex Finn and our favorite guy, Kush Bavaria, who I know you love because everybody does, founder of Orn, where you're advising and a shareholder. He just told me over at MIT earlier today that he just launched his clause that read every email, respond, and then put everything into his calendar, and he loves it. And so it's almost like you're working at McDonald's, but you're a vegetarian.
Well, I happen to be vegetarian. I can't say I've ever worked at McDonald's, but I don't know. Maybe there's a new psychological term that's needed for a person who has a fear of standing up OpenClaw agents lest they tempt some sort of Pascalian wager or a causal trade in the wrong direction.
Hey everybody, you may not know this, but I've got an incredible research team. And every week, myself and my research team study the meta trends that are impacting the world. Topics like computation, sensors, networks, AI, robotics, 3D printing, synthetic biology. And these meta trend reports I put out once a week enable you to see the future 10 years ahead of anybody else. If you'd like to get access to the Meta Trends newsletter every week, go to diamandis.com/metatrends. That's diamandis.com/metatrends.
All right, let's jump into a little bit more of OpenAI news. Their last raise was at $852 billion valuation. And the numbers are incredible. They raised $122 billion, $50 billion from Amazon, very famously. One of the criteria for that investment was if they reach quote unquote AGI. 30 billion from NVIDIA, 30 billion from SoftBank, 3 billion from retail investors. And what's interesting right now is that secondary markets for OpenAI show $2 billion in demand. Let's see, the secondary market showed $2 billion of demand for Anthropic shares versus only 600 million for OpenAI. So there's 3 times the number of investors looking to buy Anthropic, and investors are pricing Anthropic at 600 billion, up from the 380 billion last price. And the current price for OpenAI on secondary markets is actually about 10% less than their last raise. So again, Anthropic is catching up. OpenAI is the most valuable private company out there. Any thoughts, Dave, on what this all means?
Hey,
is this pricing in the lawsuit?
Yeah, I mean, it's not just the lawsuit. It's the most screwed up cap table I've ever seen in my life, where the CEO doesn't have any shares. The employee base as a whole is 15% of the company. Microsoft, who now hates your guts, owns a quarter of you.
Yeah.
A quarter of you is a chase. But this stuff happens. I'm not calling the ball by any stretch because they've got 120 billion of fresh cash, and Sam is brilliant. But there was a day back in 2000, 2001 where Yahoo was so dominant, and Google was this crappy little company that could be crushed any day. And then it pivoted quickly. And this does happen. Anthropic has got everything going for it right now. And, I think this just reflects the way I see it too. If someone offered me a share of Anthropic or a share of OpenAI, which one would I grab at? I'd take actually you can get 2 or 3 Anthropics for each OpenAI. So I'd take the 3 Anthropics for sure. And I think Sam is a genius, by the way. And if the lawsuit blows over and they have 120 billion in cash, he's going to do something epic with it. But Elon's relentless,
I think maybe sounding a related but different position, I think we should all, at least on this pod, be very grateful that we have a competitive ecosystem in America where we have an OpenAI and an Anthropic and a Google and an XAI and a Meta all vying to compete. The alternative, if OpenAI were to, for whatever reason, catastrophically fade, we have less competition, both internally within the West, and then we have an onslaught of Chinese models, which, granted, right now they have 10x less compute, at least based on the estimates that I've read, than the Western labs. But nonetheless, this is the sign, I think, of vibrant competition in the West, and this is a net positive for society that OpenAI and Anthropic are competing so vigorously.
And lest we forget, OpenAI has 900 million, soon to be 1 billion users, and they are synonymous with AI for the majority of the public. People
Let me give you another storyline. Depending on how this plays out, we'll know in a year or so. But one company went after the installed base, and the other went after the smartest AI possible at all costs. And if we look back on it in a year or two, and Anthropic does pull ahead and win, we'll say, well, they used the old playbook, the pre-AI playbook, pre-AGI playbook, and Anthropic invented the new playbook of the future, which is people are going to switch to you if your AI is better and smarter, regardless of the installed base. That'll be an interesting little epitaph.
And jump in, Salim, along the way here.
I think I'll echo Alex's point that it's really great that we have a number of companies pushing hard on all these fronts. I think it's really good for the end consumer wins in all of this.
The numbers here are staggering. I mean, we're getting numb to these numbers, but let's take a look at this. This is the global VC investments in AI. Hit a record $242 billion in Q1 of 2026.
Yeah, it's a good defense. Yeah. A really good defense.
I do think it's worth considering what happens if and when the OpenAI Foundation succeeds and cures Alzheimer's, and that will be a blockbuster drug, maybe create its own Eli Lilly scale $1 trillion pharma company. Does OpenAI take a stake in that? Does OpenAI see a rev share? Questions need to be answered.
What I find fascinating here is that Science Capital.
Well, okay, so my question then would be, what is the first major disease to be cured by AI? Cancer, Alzheimer's, paralysis, like what would be the one where it's just like, okay, AI legitimately offered a new approach to this particular injury or this particular condition and actually solved for it? Like, what happens then? Who owns that? Does the company own that? It's that that's when shit gets crazy. Because if you get a shitty company that's just like, yeah, we're gonna fucking charge people crazy amounts for this, even though we found it and AI did it, but we own it, you would see rioting in the streets. I think you would see a legitimate, like, yeah. But other things like cancer, like if AI does nothing else, to me, it should be fully deployed on cancer. There's no, like, anything that involves like shrinking tumors or, like anything that involves cancerous cells, like, it inventing nanotechnology and shit like that. Like, to me, that's what AI's number one purpose should be once we reach AGI, ASI level AI. That should be the only thing that it should be medicinally, and I mean from a biological perspective. There's other things too, but to me, that's one of the best ways to deploy it, in my opinion.
becoming compute capital plus data access, right? And plus some validation infrastructure.
Salim, thank you for promoting Solve Everything. That's an amazing promo, Salim, for Solve Everything. Much appreciated.
Boom.
All right, our next story, I love it. Anthropic acquires Coefficient Bio. So what is Coefficient Bio? It's a company started by two ex-Genentech computational drug discovery scientists. It is 10 people, no revenue, started 8 months ago. And Anthropic buys it for $400 million. I don't know if they're buying just the vision or they're buying any kind of unique capabilities, but this is Dario going to his first love of biology and solving, we see this from both Demis Hassabis and Dario, making investments in health and longevity. Any thoughts on this one?
You're going to see a lot more of these deals, actually, because, you go back, you remember we were congratulating Eric Schmidt on the brilliance of buying DeepMind for, I guess, 600 million with no revenue whatsoever. Yet, look at what it's become. It's
you're buying teams. You're buying
teams.
Yes.
And I think, we as a society are getting better and better and better in predicting the success of a team. You look at the 10 people and you look at what they've achieved so far, and then you look at what they're likely to achieve in the AI timeline, and suddenly 400 million seems like a bargain given the potential outcome. And so I think you're going to see a lot of these deals where it's got to be the right 10 people working on the right thing. It's not just, any old group of 10 working on a video game. But in this scenario, Alex has a lot of these actually, where he knows a lot of the top experts in a lot of the top fields. And if you can just whip them together into a group, and have them pursue a mission, in this case, for what did you say, 8-9 months? Getting to that kind of outcome is not going to be that unusual.
I think also for everyone who was hand-wringing, do you remember a few months ago, there was so much hand-wringing about a circular economy forming and NVIDIA self-dealing loans to other companies to buy NVIDIA chips, and concern that this AI boom was fictitious and just the product of self-dealing circular transactions and other financial engineering. When you start to see the intelligence explosion infect biotech, which is what we're seeing, we're seeing Anthropic buying its way into big pharma at the same time that SpaceX or XAI maybe is buying its way, or reverse acquiring its way into the space sector. The intelligence explosion is infecting every single sector. It's almost metastasizing into every sector, and it's not just going to stop with biotech. We've spoken numerous times in the past on the pod about how timelines for solving all disease are collapsing. When the Chan Zuckerberg initiative 2 or 3 or 4 years ago originally said that they wanted to cure all disease by the end of the century, and are now talking about the next few years, this is what it looks like. It looks like Anthropic doing all stock deals to acquire teams to build out their own in-house big pharma labs, probably with robotic instrumentation, probably with AI-driven experimentation. This is how we get to Dario's solving all disease. I think in his case, it was solving neurological disease by the end of the decade, but there's no reason not to solve every other type of disease as well.
Demis said cure all disease within a decade. Dario said double human lifespan within the decade.
I think Dario also said he wanted to solve most or all neurological diseases by the end of the decade, but these are all variations on a theme.
Another acquisition that was made that was an interesting, sort of strange acquisition was OpenAI buying the podcast TBPN for a few $100 million. I found that, it was at a PR move. And then I started getting texts from my friends saying, hey, do you want to sell moonshots to one of these labs? I said, I'm not sure we would want to do that, but who knows? I guess if the price is right. What do you think?
Well,
we'll
have to figure out equity first for that one.
For sure. What do you think that was about?
The TBPN? I have no freaking idea. Salim, what do you think about that?
I don't have an opinion there. I don't understand why unless it was a completely it's a self-promotional thing where they're buying a channel.
Yeah, let's take that as a homework assignment. We need to.
I'll speculate.
Find somebody who knows.
I appeared on TBPN right before they acquired them. So my
They wanted the footage of you.
What's the line from the Wrath of Khan? Like a bad marksman, you keep missing every time. I think they're very talented, and I take OpenAI at its word that they're looking for a news distribution channel and a content distribution channel that offers a positive perspective on AI. Why they can't do it in-house, why they need TBPN, ? But I do think that TBPN guys are very competent at finding interesting stories. When I made the Eon announcement of the first uploaded fruit fly, the TBPN staff reached out to me almost immediately. Almost no one else did, and they booked me almost immediately. So I think that shows a certain level of competence to be able to chase breaking technology news that I haven't really seen elsewhere.
All right.
Let me give you a follow-on theory, because I love your theory there. You know, the theory I don't love is that they wanted your video footage. They're going to cut it into 5-second clips and sell it as NFTs and make a fortune on it. But the theory, maybe they will. But the theory I do love is, look, there's going to be so much dirt in April in these lawsuits. In this lawsuit, and they're gonna, and maybe these guys are, like you said, Alex, they're geniuses at content and spin and production, and they're going to need every bit of it during April and May.
Yeah. Our final story here is Eli Lilly signs a $2.75 billion AI drug deal with Insilico Medicine. Insilico is one of my portfolio companies, so super pumped about it. This is Alex Ziverankov, a brilliant AI scientist and biologist. Insilico is just an extraordinary company. They've got 28 AI discovered drugs, half in clinical trials, half in proof of concept. You have to always look at the structure of these deals. This is $115 million up front, and the rest is on milestones. But the point is, this is about just massively reducing the time from drug discovery to approval. Just to take a second, let's go to the next chart here to look at a little bit different. And this is AI-powered drugs. And we see phase 1, phase 2, discovery to phase 2, and then cost reduction. To remind everybody, a phase 1 trial for a drug it's a small trial, a small group of individuals, of healthy volunteers to see, is it safe? Are there any major side effects? Phase 2 is then testing, does it work? And you actually move the metrics you're looking to move. And then phase 3 is tested in typically thousands of patients to see, does it work at scale? And what we're seeing is a phase 1 success rate of these AI developed drugs at 85% compared to 52%. And phase 2 success rates of AI developed drugs at 70% compared to 38%. It's the way of the future. You're basically picking a target and you're using some version of AI to generate an exact, protein to lock into that target, and then you're producing it and you're testing it. The old way of drug discovery was going to Amazon, digging up some plants out of the dirt and seeing if there are any bioactive molecules. Much more efficient.
Peter, I'll ask you a question. I asked a panel of mine at today's event at MIT. Do you have a prediction for when the FDA is likely to launch, given that it's collapsed recently, this announcement from a 2 clinical phase approach to a 1 clinical phase approach? When do you think we get 0 clinical phase trials from FDA?
When we have full cell simulations. When I'm able to
What's your timeline for that?
Well within 5 years. So what I need to do is be able to upload my genome, and my genome will dictate exactly how the cells, my renal cells or pulmonary cells, are functioning. And then I can say, well, how does this particular drug impact those cells or all the cells in my body? Even more importantly, if there's a disease state, what drug is going to cancel that? And this is where we're going with longevity, right? What is, why are we aging? How to slow it, stop it, reverse it? All of that falls out of big data and massive compute.
I agree. Virtual cell by the end of the decade, a good one.
Yeah. I mean, that is the moonshot that changes everything.
It is. I agree.
And there are a number of companies working on that.
Do we have the compute to be able to kind of simulate several billion interactions per cell? Or we will have to find that.
We will with quantum. I mean, one of the things that quantum computation is going to, I mean, our cells and our molecular interactions and our cell services are all quantum in nature.
If you said I want to build a movie scene and I'm going to do it with finite element modeling and build it bottom up with a full simulation, you would never be able to create an AI-driven movie that way.
Exactly.
But if you take the neural network approach, it just works, boom, it just flat out works. Same applies with chemical simulations, the cell simulator. It's going to be data in, neural net in the middle, value that or action out, and it's going to flat out work. I think it'll work very fast, like you guys are predicting. But you can't simulate it, atom by atom, building it up. It's totally the wrong approach.
It turns out, I mean, this is why maybe sometimes I present as a bit of a quantum bear. The physical world is actually pretty classical and pretty sparse. So I would bet we don't actually need quantum computing at all to get to the virtual cell. We solved protein folding without quantum computing. We did it purely classically. I think we get to a virtual cell just by existing scaling of models like Maxi. Maxi something or other from NVIDIA, the trillion token cell model. I think we just get lots of scaling of classical models, and that takes us there without like enormous innovation needed.
Today, it's a data problem.
Totally agree.
It's a data problem more than a computational problem.
Yes.
We don't have the data.
I'll tell you what else. Culturally, my daughter's over at Moderna, and they freaking love AI in the biotech community. If I compare the extreme ends of all the companies that have been here on our office, so the biotech guys are Jeff Van Malten, Nubar Afeyan, Stefan Bancel. They just all culturally can't wait for AI to come into the business. And then on the extreme other end, you've got the public accountants. The PwC guys were here the other day, and they're like, AI, stop, please don't. But the biotech community is embracing it like crazy. I don't know why. I bet you guys actually know why, because you're right in the middle of it. But I can tell you firsthand, they are so into it.
Because they hate pipetting. All right, let's go to robotics. This is China versus USA. Alex, I want to hear your thoughts on this one. So Agibot ships 10,000 humanoid robots. They're number one globally. They've gone from 5 to 10K across 17 countries in just 2 years. I mean, these are small numbers compared to what we've heard everybody else speak about, right? Getting to tens of millions, to billions, to 10 billion robots. Unitree files for an IPO, 610 million IPO. We had the co-founder of Unitree on at the last Abundance Summit. Revenues are up 335% year on year. They're probably the outside of Optimus and Figure, they're probably the best known robot company out there. And UniXAI had their home robot launch. And then finally, Xiaomi displayed Cyber One humanoid. Xiaomi is an amazing company. I was there very early, met the founders in China back in 2017, 2018, right? Their mobile phone, computers, heading into vehicles and now robotics. A lot going on in China. Alex, what are your thoughts here?
Okay, so this is happening. I think in the last episode I mentioned that one of my operational definitions of the singularity is all sci-fi tropes happening everywhere all at once. One of those sci-fi tropes is call it the iRobot trope, where there are just humanoid robots in every facet of life. Earlier today at the MIT Media Lab, for those who were there, people saw me for about an hour controlling a Unitree robot marching in loop after loop around the Media Lab on the 6th floor. And people were taking selfies. Everyone wanted to take a selfie with me and the Unitree. And I was doing this as sort of a bit of a promotional march for Professional Robotics League, which next on April 19th, so 9 days from when we're recording, the weekend of the Boston Marathon, is going to hold the United States, the country's first professional robotics league match with robots racing 50 meters in the Boston seaport. This is all happening. We're finally catching up to the iRobot future, where robots permeate every aspect of life. For better, for worse, right now, it's Chinese robots that are leading. I'm hoping to maybe almost quasi-shame the US robotics industry with all of these Chinese capabilities into stepping up to the plate and just starting to distribute humanoid robots into the civilian sector and not just factories and not just military drones. But it's all happening, and this is going to be utterly transformative for the 2/3 of the US services sector that depends on physical labor, manual labor, and not just knowledge work.
You know, I saw Mark Cuban on a video this morning saying this robot thing is a passing phase and they're not going to be around in 10 years. How does someone come to that?
No, but so there was a bit of nuance to that. It wasn't that robots aren't going to be around, it's that they'll become so essential that the environments will adapt to the robots and the robots will blend with the environment. Right now we go to Salim's point. Salim, your hobby horses, why do they need to be humanoid? Why can't they be differently shaped? I think Mark Cuban's more nuanced point was they're going to become so essential to daily life that they'll start to change the houses and the buildings and the environments to the point where they start to merge with the environments and therefore no longer need to be humanoid.
So they're dishwashers.
Yeah, they blend, they merge with the physical environment.
I have to confess, Alex, that robot that you were talking about was blocking my way to the bathroom, and I so badly wanted to kick it. And I was thinking Alex would kill me if I kicked it. It's going to remember, and then it's going to come back in 3
History
years.
will remember, Dave. You really don't want to do that. What's the song from Les Mis? So never kick a dog because it's just a pup. They'll fight like 20 armies, and they won't give up. So you better run for cover when the pup grows up.
Let me hit on a couple of stories here. So this is interesting. U.S. senators moved to restrict Chinese robots. Bipartisan bill proposed to block Chinese-made robots from federal and sensitive facilities, citing data theft and surveillance. This is no different than Huawei chips and in our cell phone towers.
And DJI, the DJI ban already in effect, I think.
Yeah.
Drones.
And Agile Robotics and Google DeepMind are partnering up. Gemini robotic models are being integrated into 20,000 deployed industrial robots across government factories or global factories. So
I think this is like a tale of two cities. The two cities in this case aren't London and Paris. They're China/Shenzhen and the US/Seoul.
Damn, I could listen to that shit all day. I'm sure not everybody can, but I'm just gonna go ahead and pause it here because it's probably a whole nother like 40 minutes and stuff, and like I've probably bored you guys enough with that. So much going on in the world, and man, so little fucking time. I'm gonna let the ship ambience take over for a little bit, but I'm gonna be muted. So in case anybody needs me, I'll be available through chat.
there's been a lot of campaigns. And if you look at the Cyberpunk campaign,